ti gorí afẹ́fẹ́ yẹ ká jọ̀wọ́. Ètò Nurul Haq mú mi ní mú mi náà. Lákọ̀lábo ẹ̀jẹ̀ àjọwò. Mú gègé mú ìjà àjọkọ́gbọ́n. Látẹnu ọlọ́pọ̀lọ́ pípẹ́ ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n. Dr. Daud Muhammadullah Awwal. Àlè lórí FIMC CMC. Lórí ètò tó kún fẹ́ kọ́ ìmọ̀ ìṣítí. Àtọ̀làjú tó yẹ kóró ètò. Ẹ̀tún jájọ gbára wa níyànjú. Nípa ẹ̀sìn àtọ̀rọ̀ tó ń lọ. Kí l'Ọlọ́run sọ nínú Kùránì. Kí tiẹ̀ ní súnà faramọ́ ká ṣe. Tó fi ní ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ gbé nílé ayé. Lórí ètò ìsàlẹ̀ tí máa mú. Ó yá jájọ o. Ẹ mú gègé ẹ mú ìka àjọkọ́gbọ́n. Látẹnu ọlọ́pọlọ pípẹ́ ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n. Dr. Daud Muhammadullah Awwal. Àlè lórí FIMC CMC. Lórí ètò tó kún fẹ́ kọ́ ìmọ̀ ìṣítí. Àtọ̀làjú tó yẹ kóró ètò. Ẹ̀tún jẹ́jọ gbára wa níyànjú. Nípa ẹ̀sìn àtọ̀rọ̀ tó ń lọ. Ní gbogbo Thursday àti Saturday ló máa ń wáyé. Látago mẹ́fà títí dágo mẹ́sàn-án alẹ́. Lórí ìkànnì Awwal tẹlifíṣọ̀n. Ìyẹn lórí YouTube àti Facebook. Tó bá fẹ́ kàn sí wọn, Awwal tẹlifíṣọ̀n @gmail.com. Nurul Haq 2019 @gmail.com. Àbí kò pè wọ́n sórí 00447460924514 tàbí 007404721017. Ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ̀wọ́ ká fún ọkàn wa lóúnjẹ mi. Nurul Haq, Nurul Haq, Nurul Haq. Ètò àtàtà ní. Ètò aláǹgbá, ètò àtàtà ní. Ètò olóyin, èyí kan bẹ, ìmọ̀ bẹ, ìṣítí bẹ. Gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ń bẹ, jájọ wò, jájọ wò. Lórí ètò tó kún fẹ́ kọ́ ìmọ̀ ìṣítí. Àtọ̀làjú tó yẹ kóró ètò. Ẹ̀tún jájọ gbára wa níyànjú. Nípa ẹ̀sìn àtọ̀rọ̀ tó ń lọ. Kí l'Ọlọ́run sọ nínú Kùránì. Kí tiẹ̀ ní súnà faramọ́ ká ṣe. Tó fi ní ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ gbé ní. Tó yẹ kóró ètò. Ẹ̀tún jẹ́jọ gbára wa níyànjú. Nípa ẹ̀sìn àtọ̀rọ̀ tó ń lọ. Ní gbogbo Thursday àti Saturday ló máa ń wáyé. Látago mẹ́fà títí dágo mẹ́sàn-án alẹ́. Lórí ìkànnì Awwal tẹlifíṣọ̀n. Ìyẹn lórí YouTube àti Facebook. Tó bá fẹ́ kàn sí wọn, Awwal tẹlifíṣọ̀n @gmail.com. Nurul Haq 2019 @gmail.com. tani. Ètò aláǹgbá, ètò àtàtà ní. Ètò olóyin, èyí kan bẹ̀, ìmọ̀ bẹ̀, ṣí ti bẹ̀.
Tonight, you are with Dr. Daud. On air today to give us details about shall be discussing tonight. What is war? War can be defined as a state of armed conflict between two or different countries, whereby each country or state giving warning to each other. Give different definition for the war. Someone defined war as guards at the Ukraine borders. Blasts were heard in many cities of Ukraine. That was on the 24th of February 2022 when the war started. And followed me dear Ukrainian citizens. Uh, this morning, President Putin announced Ukraine regarding to this uh, what does Putin ordered Ukrainian military to topple government of Ukraine after the invasion of Ukraine on the 24th of February 2022. Second, Russia stepped up its attacks on key Ukrainian under the Russian authority. On the Russia, which are affecting the economy of Russia at this moment. We shall discuss the consequences about these sanctions. draw an inch closer to the east as per earlier agreement reached. This is what Putin uh, we shall discuss about this uh, because this is where we will understand union. It was a socialist Azerbaijan, Kazakh, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, member of socialist republic before they split into different independent countries today. So now what Putin is trying to happening in Ukraine. And Ukrainian president is not ready to give his country to Putin. This is what is happening because from about 14th century, that is for about 400 years back. So what is now Ukraine was ruled in Ukraine has caused disaster. Many people have been killed, including children. Many cities in the Ukraine, and it has conquered Kherson, and is trying to conquer Kiev, and they have killed many people in Mariupol, in Epping, and they have turned many cities into disaster in Ukraine. Ukraine is a country in the Eastern Europe, and Ukraine is the second largest country by area in Europe. And Hungary to the west. Then Romania and Moldova to the south. And along this Black Sea, and Ukraine is number 8. It's number 8 when it comes to the populous country in the Europe, and the nation's capital and the largest city in Ukraine is Kiev. Kiev. Kiev is the largest city in Ukraine. As we said, this is what is happening in Ukraine. Ukraine is a modern today's Ukraine. That is when we are talking about the modern Ukraine. As I said, some historians they said that Ukraine has been existing for the past 32,000 years. So 32,000 BC. That is when the Ukraine is been existing. And Ukraine is when to talk about the largest realm. They have in the 13th century. That is that time. So the area was contested and divided and ruled by different tribes, including the Commonwealth and the Ottoman Empire. Ottoman Empire also they have ruled Ukraine. So it's part of what we have gathered about Ukraine. So Ukraine is an ancient country. It is an ancient country. Russia Empire. That is between that 18th century. Uh, so the Ukraine was part of empire of many other Soviet Union before. The country became a republic, and then when they became a founding member of the Soviet Union in that was 1922. That was 1922, and Russia Soviet Republic. Uh, when the collapse of USSR, and so when collapse of USSR occurred, then Ukraine became independent. They became independent in 1991, following the dissolution of Soviet Union. That is what happened. So after the independence, so Ukraine formed a unitary republic. They formed unitary system of government. When Ukraine formed unitary system of government, so Ukraine, when they form unitary system of government, that is under a semi-presidential system with separation of powers into legislative, executive, and judiciary branches. Then it declared itself a neutral state. But they have a partnership with NATO in 1994. That was 1994. In 2013, after the president of Ukraine, the former president Viktor Kovic, when President Victor suspended the Ukraine-European Union Association Agreement in favor of closer economic ties with Russia. That time, mass protests and demonstrations then conflict with Russia backed separatists, and that event caused uh, what is happening now. That is, that led Russian President Putin to invade with the Western countries. And Russia is not happy with this. Russia is not happy, is not comfortable with Ukraine to have relationship, relationship with West countries, with Western world. This caused many problems between the Putin and Zelensky. That is what is happening. Let us look into brief about the became president. This man was a comedian and a film actor, and he joined politics. And because he was popular, and many people they like his comedy, and many Ukrainians like his acting, and they voted for him during the election. Volodymyr Zelensky was born 25 January 1978. His father is a professor. And he grew up in Kyiv. They normally call the city Kyiv. So that is a major city of the main Ukrainian speaking region in the central Ukraine. Zelensky obtained a degree in law from Kyiv National Economic University. After he graduated, he turned into comedian, because he's gifted when it comes to creativities, and he started film production under a company called Vata 95, which produces films and TV shows. Zelensky always played the role of president of Ukraine. in many of his films, because that is his dream, to become a president, to become the president of Ukraine. Many of the series of the program on TV from 2015 to 19 made him popular, and a political party bearing the same name as the television show was created in March 2018, and he joined the political party and 2018, and so he won the election with 73.2% of the votes in the second round. This is how this man became president of Ukraine. And since he became president, he's been trying his effort to make the economy of the Ukraine grow, and he's trying his best. When the COVID-19 pandemic from the Ukrainian oligarchies may cause another problem for the Ukraine. Zelensky's administration faced tension why this man is calling for the security and military support from NATO, because this man doesn't have any experience about war. This is brief about Zelensky. Zelensky is a good government house as president of the Ukraine. After he became president, he's been working hard. He's been working hard. This is the presidential election results before he became president in Ukraine. Uh, we shall discuss briefly about Russia. Russia, as I said, that Russia is one of Russia was 16 the Eastern Europe and Northern Asia. Russia is the largest country in the world. Sixteen sovereign nations. Nations. The most of any country in the world. Russia is the number 9 when it comes to populous country and the most populous country in the Europe, with a population of about 145.5 million. 145 merged and also recognized in the Europe. According to the historians, they said that in 988 Russia adopted Orthodox Christians, and following the Russian Revolution, about Russia. This is the government house. This is official government house in Russia. I would like to give us a brief about Putin. Who is Putin? Who is Putin? Let me. Putin was born. He was born on the 7th October in 1952. Putin is a Russian politician and former intelligence officer for almost 16 years. And he became president of Russia and he remained as the president of Russia after he has filled the gap. And 2012 he became president, and also previously from 1999 until 2008 he remained the president of Russia. He was also appointed as the prime minister of Russia from 1999 to year 2000, and again also 2008 to 2012. Then Putin is the second longest current serving European president after Alexander Lukashenko, who is the president of Belarus. Putin, he was born in Leningrad, and he studied law at Leningrad State University and graduated in 1975. He worked as KGB foreign intelligence officer for 16 years, and rising to the rank of lieutenant colonel before he resigned in 1991 and joined a political career in St. Petersburg. Later he moved to Moscow in 1996 and he joined Yeltsin. The administration of President Boris Yeltsin, under him he served as director of the Federal Security Service, FSB, also as secretary of the Security Council before being appointed as prime minister in August 1999. After Yeltsin resigned, Putin became acting president. Less than 4 months later was elected outright to his first term as president and was re-elected 2004. Putin served as prime minister 2 terms, and he was re-elected again 2018, and due to the allegation of fraud and protest, he was re-elected again 2018. And in April 2021, following a referendum, he signed into law constitutional amendments, including one that will allow him to run for re-election twice more. That is, which can extend his administration in the presidency till 2036. What are the achievements of Putin? Putin's first tenure as president, the Russian economy grew for fivefold increase in the price of oil and gas. And Putin tried his best to make the economy of the Russia stable, and Putin development of military equipment, and Ukraine and annexed Crimea led to GDP shrinking by 3.7% in 2015. In 2015. This is a summary about President Putin, and the summary about his country. Now, why Putin is interested in Ukraine? Why Putin invaded Ukraine? Why Putin invaded Ukraine? This is where we need to give us details about what is happening between observers. They have predicted that what is happening in Ukraine may lead to Third World War. What caused this invasion? As we can see on this map, we can see that Russia is very close to Ukraine. Ukraine is a neighboring country to Russia, where we can see the Belarus on top of this map. What caused the Russians' invasion of Ukraine? To topple government of Ukraine, that is to organize a coup to overthrow Zelensky, who is the current president of Ukraine. And the military of Ukraine is not ready to do this. Russia is attacking Ukraine, They started the war, started the fighting. The attacks has entered many cities of Ukraine, and Russian troop has conquered some of the cities in the Ukraine. And United States of America is not happy with this. Has condemned the invasion of Ukraine by the Russian government. On the 24th, as I said, February 2020. Axis of Kherson. Ukrainian officials said that making it first major of city to be overcome by President Putin since the invasion began on the 24th of February 2022. So where in Ukraine 2014. That is when the Russian government occupied Crimea, and UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson said that he and the other member of NATO made mistake to allow Putin to get away when he annexed Crimea. 20 Novorossiysk. They entered through Novorossiysk. So Russian troops, they advanced on the capital from the west and closed they faced strong resistance from the Ukrainian troops. Russian troops, they have seized some of the Ukrainian cities by force. After a week, Russian troops invaded many cities of Ukraine, as I said, on the 2nd of March 2022. Russian troops moved and took control of the southern part of Kherson. That is the first regional capital to fall. Their convoy moved vehicles and advanced slowly on Kiev. And they get struck in Kharkiv. That is the second largest city in Ukraine. And because they have killed many innocent people and many children, has announced a special investigation into this war. They have accused Putin of war crimes. They promised to start his case from 2014 when he invaded Crimea, and why he invaded Ukraine again February 24, 2022. This has affected both Russia and Ukraine because Russia this is one of the videos of the war between Russia and Ukraine.
Боевая тревога, ракет.
Боевая тревога, ракета-атака. Лишь ставу не почитал, покинуть 4-5 отсеки. Создать рубежи обороны на кормовой переборке 3-го отсека, рисовой переборке 5-го отсека. Командир рубежа обороны вакуумного отсека.
to President Zelensky of Ukraine as the first missiles struck his beautiful and innocent country and its brave people, and I assured him of the unwavering support of the United Kingdom. And I can tell the House that at this stage, Ukrainians are offering a fierce defence of their families and their country. And I know that every honourable member will share my admiration for their resolve. Earlier today, President Putin delivered another televised address and offered the absurd pretext that he sought the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine. In fact, he is hurling the might of his military machine against a free and peaceful neighbour in breach of his own explicit pledge and every principle of civilized behaviour between states, spurning the best efforts of this country and our allies to avoid bloodshed. For this, Putin will stand condemned in the eyes of the world and of history. He will never be able to cleanse the blood of Ukraine from his hands. And although the UK and our allies tried every avenue for diplomacy until the final hour, I'm driven to conclude that Putin was always determined to attack his neighbour, no matter what we did. Now we see him for what he is, a blood-stained aggressor who believes in imperial conquest. I am proud that Britain did everything within our power to help Ukraine prepare for this onslaught, and we will do our utmost to offer more help as our brave friends defend their homeland. Our embassy took the precaution on 18th of February of relocating from Kiev to the city of Lviv in western Ukraine, where our ambassador Melinda Simmons continues to work with the Ukrainian authorities and to support British nationals. Now we have a clear mission: diplomatically, politically, economically, and eventually militarily, this hideous and barbarous venture of Vladimir Putin must end in failure. At the G7 meeting this afternoon, we agreed to work in unity to maximise the economic price that Putin will pay for his aggression. And this must include ending Europe's collective dependence on Russian oil and gas that has served to empower Putin for too long. So I welcomed, again, Chancellor Scholz's excellent decision to halt the certification of Nord Stream 2. Mr. Speaker, countries that together comprise about half the world economy are now engaged in maximising pressure, economic pressure, on one that makes up a mere 2%. For our part today, the UK is announcing the largest and most severe package of economic sanctions that Russia has ever seen. With new financial measures, we're taking new powers to target Russian finance, in addition to the banks we've already sanctioned this week. Today, in concert with the United States, we are imposing a full asset freeze on VTB. More broadly, these powers will enable us totally to exclude Russian banks from the UK financial system, which is of course by far the largest in Europe, stopping them from accessing sterling and clearing payments through the UK. And with around half of Russia's trade nationals will be able to deposit in their UK bank accounts, and sanctions will also be applied to Belarus for its role well thought. In every international forum to condemn the onslaught against Ukraine, and we will counter the Kremlin's blizzard of lies and disinformation by telling the truth about Putin's war of choice and his war of aggression. And we will work with our allies on the urgent need to protect other European countries that are not members of NATO and who could become targets of Putin's playbook of subversion and aggression. And we will resist which is led by the United Kingdom and comprises both NATO and non-NATO members. That you really want the pariah status that these actions will bring to the Putin regime. And to our Ukrainian friends in this...
That is brief speech of the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Details about what is happening in Ukraine. Today is day 20, as I said, but day 8. The summary of what happened in Ukraine, as we can see it on this map. This is military forces, and we can see the types of military weapon and artilleries that Russia and Ukraine have. Russian troops, they have conquered Kherson. It's under them as I speak. Hodrar also is a place where the battle between Ukraine and Russia took place, and they are trying to take control of this town as well. And in Chernihiv, 33 bodies have been recovered. In Ukraine. In addition to what Prime Minister, UK Prime Minister have said, UK Justice Secretary Dominic Rahab has been asked if he will welcome seeing Putin sent to a UK prison. And he replied, he said, we want to come to a high security prison in the Britain. Ex-Liberian President Charles Taylor was forced to serve his time in a UK jail back in 2014, and Bosnia Serbo political leader also was convicted over the genocide, and he was transferred to a UK prison. Promised the whole world that Putin will be prosecuted and he will face war crime before the International Criminal Court for justice. On the sixth day of the war going in Ukraine, Russia warned that it was preparing to hit targets in Kyiv, and also he said that he will continue to advance on Ukraine's capital. And on the 1st of March, Russia's forces struck the government district of Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine. Russian artillery fire is raining down on residential areas. 500,000 refugees have already left Ukraine then, but today there are more than 2.5 million refugees searching for a settlement in another country, according to the United Nations. Of course, as you have watched the speech of the UK Prime Minister, they have imposed several sanctions on Russia, and this will have bad effect on the economy of Russia. The Russia's stock exchange remain closed. Financial system has been battered by Western sanctions. Many airlines has closed their operation in Russia. 850 McDonald's in Russia, KFC and other fast food companies have closed their services in Russia. Of course, this has affected Russians in Russia, and many of them are not happy with the Putin because he caused all this problem. He forgot. Putin forgets that Russia will remain. Leader comes, leader leave, and the country remain the same. But what has happened now, Russians will never forget what Putin has caused for the country. Ukrainians troops continue to defend their citizens, continued to defend their cities, continue to defend the children and the women in their country, and they need more help from Western world. The invasion of Ukraine began with missile attacks. The missiles has killed many innocent people in Ukraine. Russia invaded Ukraine, and many countries have condemned this attack. Flight radar refilled empty airspace around Ukraine after Russia launched war against Ukraine. Before I proceed, I would like to give us a brief information about NATO, and I will play a video where we can see the importance of NATO. NATO. Many infrastructure and as you can see it on the screen, and this is one of the travelers abandoned his luggage at the airport. Many people left the country. As you can see, the traffic, and this is one of the important building destroyed by Russian troops. These are the protesters. They are not happy with Russia's action in Ukraine. Many children have been killed. This is one of the children. Her name is Paulina. She has been killed by Russia in the war. many people injured. This is one of them. This is one of the Russians' vehicles conveying Russian troops. This is some of the artillery used by Russia to kill innocent people in Russia. Russian troops also use innocent people in Ukraine. Um, so European countries condemned this war. United States. Biden has vowed to defend NATO alliances with full force of American power in following NATO's Article 5, because Article 5 covers collective defense, which means that an attack on one ally is considered an attack to all alliances. So that is what is happening. So an attack on one ally is considered an attack on all allies. If Russia aggression escalates beyond Ukraine, US is ready and already vowed to deploy 40,000 troops to protect NATO's land, to protect their air, to protect their sea by providing naval assistance. NATO spokesperson Charles Kupchan, he told ABC News that US, UK, and allies has already blocked Russian central bank from accessing reserve worldwide. If Russia assured that Ukraine will not join NATO, he said he will pull out his military forces from Ukraine. So that is what Putin said. And major companies such as Google, Apple, Facebook, Tesla, and BBC, Sky News, CNN, they have closed their operation in Russia over the invasion of Ukraine, because what we saw is sad. We saw Russian troops bombing children, bombing civilians, bombing military base, bombing hospital, and we have seen massive bombardments in Ukraine by the Russian forces. 14 children have died, but United Nations has the current record of children that have died. The number has already increased. The number of children who have lost their life have increased. Many Russian soldiers also has been killed. Many Ukrainian troops also have lost their life. US has banned Russia Airlines from airspace, and we have seen many dead people on the streets in the area of Kharkiv, Kyiv, Kherson, and other places in Ukraine. Hundreds wounded. And Russia and US presidents have spoken several times via video link and also over the phone. And what NATO said in an emergency meeting is what is going on our screen, the press release, and the press release of the United Nations General Assembly. And as we can see, Russia has destroyed the largest aircraft owned by the Ukraine, the AN-225 aircraft that was designed in 1980 has been destroyed by Russian troops. It is the largest and heaviest airplane across the globe. Experts say it will cost Ukraine $3 billion to restore that plane. Let us watch this video about to understand what NATO is. As I said, that is a brief video about the members of NATO and the current situation in Ukraine is very, very bad. The situation in Ukraine as we speak. Russian that Putin will be accountable for the destruction of Ukraine and killings. Many world leaders, they have promised that Putin will be prosecuted, and some of the leaders across the world supporting Putin, like Belarus President Alexander is supporting countries such as UK, United Kingdom is supporting Ukraine. They have sent many military equipment to Ukraine to support Ukraine. And many other countries also, they have been supporting Ukraine. That the battle just started, and some of the world leaders advised both nations for peace meeting between Russia and Ukraine. This is official meeting of both countries. The first, the second, the third, the fourth round of the meeting did not bring breakthrough. The both parties disagreed. Russia insisted that the war will continue. the war. Many Russia has lost about 3 army generals. This is one of the Russian major general that lost his life in Ukraine amid this war. And as I said, our television, we worked hard to gather all this information to give us what happened in Ukraine. Let us watch this video.
The scene earlier this morning in the capital of Ukraine, heavy traffic building up as hundreds of thousands of people try to get out of that city and to safety.
This morning, President Biden said take. Mr. Biden also said he'll announce further measures that the US and its allies will take against Russia. We're taking you live now to our Europe correspondent Isabella Higgins in Lviv. Isabella, events are extremely fluid. What can you tell us at this hour?
Well, Kirsten, things are becoming more and more serious as the hours go on. Here in Lviv, we just heard warning sirens going across the entire city. We're hearing reports that have been going off in Kiev for some time now. Ukraine's military says they are fighting off an air invasion. They say that their air defence has been brought down by a Russian plane. There are also reports of ground troops moving in from Crimea and Belarus. They are just reports at the moment. We are also hearing people have heard gunfire at Kiev's airport. We've heard that an ammunition base in Kiev has been set on fire, and we know that people here are responding to this new threat. Roads on the way out of the capital, Kiev, are becoming very busy and clogged up. We have heard that there are people already at the Polish border, people who have decided to leave as soon as they heard this news. Just down below me, I'm seeing people congregate. I've seen a lot of people walking with large suitcases. So we don't know where they're going, but it looks like people are really responding. The mood has changed here very quickly and things are looking very, very serious.
Okay, so you just mentioned that you've seen people with suitcases. Earlier you talked to us about the location of the city that you're currently in and its proximity to Poland. Do you think that people are beginning to consider leaving Ukraine?
From what we're hearing, Kirsten, people have already decided to leave. People are already at that border. They have made that decision. There were certainly people in this city who were prepared to make that move to the Polish border, to leave this country if they could. A lot of the people we spoke to who were planning to do that were foreign nationals, diplomats, representatives of overseas businesses, people we've spoken to on the ground here, Ukrainians. Many said that they are willing to stay, that they will be willing to defend and to fight for their country. Yesterday, I met several people who were signing up for the country's territorial defence forces, who were ready to do whatever it took to defend their country. Ukrainians are a very tough bunch. They've been through a lot. And as we've heard from Ukraine's president, this country is willing to give it its all to defend itself.
And Isabella, take us through how else Ukrainians have been preparing for this eventuality. I understand that some civilians have been allowed to take up arms for the first time.
That's right, Kirsten. This country is now in a state of emergency, and as part of those rules, it allowed all civilians to carry a firearm to protect themselves. Yesterday, I was in a school basement that had been turned into a shooting range. I was speaking to mothers who were learning how to shoot for the first time. They said it made them feel better to know that they would be able to protect themselves and their children. So people are going to extraordinary lengths to protect themselves from invasion, but also people were doing a lot of administrative things like trying to prepare passports for their young children in case they needed to make a dash for the border, and just also other simple things you might expect, like getting stockpiles of cash or food. So people here have been hoping for the best but preparing for the worst, and now it looks like the worst may be the reality that they are facing. This is the situation that Ukrainians are waking up to today.
Isabella, have locals been talking to you about their expectations of the international community right now?
Already, from what I've heard from Ukrainians, they have been pleased with the West's response. They are certainly feeling the support of Western leaders and Western countries. We have heard in recent weeks that from leaders here that they would like to see tougher sanctions imposed, especially from places like the UK. We can probably expect that that is going to happen, and they will be announced in the coming hours. Western leaders, places like the US and the UK, have said that they won't be sending troops here, that they were really trying to use sanctions to stop Russia from making a move like this. We can probably expect that they're going to ramp them up even further, and they are probably announcements that we will hear in the coming days or hours. So certainly this country has appreciated the support of the West, but it's not a member of NATO. There will not be NATO forces or troops here fighting this war. This will be Ukraine's battle.
Okay, that is our Europe correspondent. Russian invasion of Ukraine has begun. Russia's President Vladimir Putin has cast aside international condemnation to launch the attack in eastern Ukraine. Explosions rang out before dawn in the cities of Kyiv, Kharkiv and Odessa, followed by air sirens.
Yet another call with major U.S. allies, as the Kremlin says that starting tomorrow, Vladimir Putin will personally oversee Russian nuclear readiness drills, firing cruise missiles and intercontinental ballistic missiles without nuclear warheads. Russia holds these exercises every year, but this year they've been moved up.
As Russian forces remain in attack position around Ukraine, with troops massed to the north and east, and its warships in the south conducting live fire drills in new images Russia released this morning, President Biden warns Moscow could attack within days. Russia says it has no intention to attack, but Moscow issued what sounded like an ultimatum. In a written statement to the U.S., Russia wrote that unless the Kremlin's security concerns are addressed about limiting NATO expansion and barring Ukraine from ever joining the alliance, Russia may take what it vaguely described as a military technical response. Moscow seemed to drive the point home by expelling the second most senior diplomat at the U.S. Embassy in Russia. Now, the U.S., NATO allies, and Ukraine all accuse Russia of fishing for a provocation or looking to create one that would give Russia an excuse to launch an attack. And that spark to start a larger war could come here. Russian-backed separatists have launched dozens of mortars and artillery over the last 24 hours at Ukraine, according to Ukraine's Interior Ministry. The shells in multiple locations, landing on houses, a kindergarten, and in fields, so far without causing fatalities. The separatists claim they're the ones under attack from the Ukrainian army, but have provided no evidence. The pro-Russian separatists, armed and directed by Moscow, live in an enclave about the size of New Jersey in eastern Ukraine, along Russia's border. A winding 300-mile front line divides them from Ukrainian troops, and the front line is heating up quickly. It seems little has changed in decades here. Big wars in Europe can often start with small ones.
The State Department says that Russia has accepted a meeting between the Russian Foreign Minister and Secretary of State Antony Blinken next week. But the State Department adds the meeting will only take place if Russia doesn't invade before then. Hoda?
All right, Richard Engel for us in Ukraine. Richard, thank you.
Hey. Early. It's 5:30 a.m. on the East Coast, 2:30 out west. I'm Jonathan Lemire. Thanks for being with us. Right now, thousands of Ukrainians are fleeing their country, a mass exodus that officials say is the start of a refugee crisis in Eastern Europe. More than 350,000 people have fled Ukraine since Russia launched its attack on the country last week. That's according to the United Nations Refugee Agency. Most have gone to neighboring nations such as Romania, Poland, and Hungary. The governments of countries that have in the past been reluctant to accept refugees are now opening their borders. And to that point, Vladimir Putin's actions are strengthening unity among NATO countries and the European Union. The EU's chief executive said yesterday that for the first time ever, the EU will finance the purchase and delivery of weapons to Ukraine. Similarly, the United States, for the first time, has approved the direct delivery of Stinger missiles to Ukraine as part of a package approved by the White House. That decision came on the heels of Germany's announcement that it will send 500 Stinger missiles and other weapons and supplies to Ukraine. This was a historic break from Germany's post-World War II foreign policy. It would not send weapons into military zones. Chancellor Olaf Scholz, just on the job, called it, quote, a new reality. Hard to overstate how important that is. After many initially doubted his capabilities as a wartime president, Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky has emerged as a hero in his nation and around the world. Despite having multiple chances to evacuate, the actor turned politician has stayed in Kyiv during the attacks, reportedly telling U.S. officials this, quote, I need ammunition, not a ride. Zelensky has kept Ukrainians updated on the invasion through videos posted on his social media accounts, calling for resolve against the advancing Russian military. This as he acknowledges the danger he faces, saying in one video that intel has revealed him to be the #1 target of the Kremlin. According to two sources who spoke with Axios, Zelensky ended a video call with EU leaders last week by saying, quote, this might be the last time you see me alive. Joining us now, news director for New Lines magazine, Michael Weiss, who has been an essential voice on this story for weeks now. And Michael, we're so glad you're back with us today. Let's start there with President Zelensky. Are you at all surprised from someone who is a satirist, who was the Ukrainian voice of their version of Paddington, it was just revealed? Are you surprised that he has risen to meet this moment and that he has become a hero-like figure both at home and abroad?
I mean, I have to confess I am. I mean, this is a guy who he was elected with 73% of the vote in 2019, but his approval rating in the last few months leading up to this war had sagged below 30%. A lot of Ukrainians were quite down on the political establishment, the very establishment that he mocked with such great effect in that series, Servant of the People. You have to understand the kind of postmodern spectacle of this all, Jonathan. Zelensky made a TV show that was sort of like an Armando Iannucci-style Veep series about a school teacher who goes off on this rant that gets recorded and is uploaded and becomes viral, denouncing the Ukrainian government for corruption and inefficiency and bureaucracy, etc., and then gets elected overnight as president of Ukraine. And then Zelensky himself becomes president of Ukraine. And what we're seeing is this kind of extraordinary transition of Charlie Chaplin into Winston Churchill. His leadership has blown everybody away. The Washington Post reported that he himself dialed into a meeting of EU ministers. And just as, you know, some of these nations, including Germany, were flagging in their resolve or unwilling and reluctant to provide arms or to really dial up sanctions on Russia to crippling effect, Zelensky's emotional appeal is what swayed them to the point of tears. He said, this might be the last time you'll ever hear from me. So this is a man who has made it amply apparent that he will go down with his country if needs must. And I've not seen anything like this in my lifetime from a European leader.
Yeah, and the striking difference between photos of him and his top advisors huddled and hugging and, you know, seeking refuge throughout Kyiv, and then there's Vladimir Putin, who keeps his leaders at, 20 feet away down a long table. Putin seeming more and more isolated. And let's go there to the Kremlin. They sent, as we heard from Raf Sanchez earlier, a low-level official to these peace talks with the Ukrainians. What's your expectation as to what might happen there on the border between Belarus and Ukraine?
Well, I have very low expectations. I mean, as you say, the delegation that Putin has sent is kind of this risible cast of characters. The former Russian foreign minister under Boris Yeltsin tweeted yesterday that these are non-entities, right? But the Ukrainians have sent actual diplomats and actual officials, including, by the way, their defense minister, who has been integral to holding the city of Kyiv, and he's the one that you've seen photographed huddled with President Zelensky. Look, I mean, this is a classic kind of Putinist move, pretend to sue for peace, pretend to de-escalate while all the while escalating. I mean, I've just seen a Twitter thread by a very capable Estonian colleague of mine who was quoting Estonia's head of foreign intelligence saying, look, Russia can't fight this war for another 2 months. It is going to be drained and resupplies, especially when sanctions take a bite. And the real fear here is that they are going to start committing mass atrocities. That they're simply not going to refrain from opening fire on civilians as they see them, and that essentially, Putin could very well try to burn Kyiv to the ground. Now, if he does that, I think it will lead to the end of Vladimir Putin's dictatorship in the mid-term, not in the long term, in the mid-term. I'm hearing chatter from people who, in a million years, wouldn't have talked about palace coups or military putsches, now suggesting that it's more likely than it has ever been since about 2000. When Russia was still in a very politically fractious state. So this could well be Vladimir Putin's graveyard politically, perhaps even personally. I mean, I never thought I'd utter those words on air, but truly, I mean, we're living in an extraordinary period.
And certainly to that point, if U.S. officials I talk to say that's their fear right now, that a frustrated Putin would lash out and really escalate the violence in Ukraine. Michael Weiss, we appreciate it. We'll have you back soon. Thank you for all of your coverage of this.
So, as you might have noticed, diplomacy isn't doing very well in Ukraine. Despite endless talks between Putin and basically every big world leader, nothing's been agreed and an invasion looks likelier than ever. So in this video we thought we'd try and bridge the epistemological gap between Russia and the West and try our best to understand how Russia sees NATO. If you're enjoying our coverage of these ongoing tensions, then be sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to be notified when we post more updates. Thanks for your support. So before we get into it, a couple of disclaimers. We should be clear from the outset that, in explaining Russia's perspective on NATO, we're not endorsing it. We're doing this video on how Russia sees NATO because A, it helps explain the current crisis, and B, it's something that hasn't been particularly well covered in the media. It's also worth saying that obviously Russia isn't one ideologically cohesive bloc. Not everyone in either Russia or the Russian political establishment sees NATO in the same way. So, just to be clear, when we talk about how Russia sees NATO, we're essentially talking about what the current Kremlin establishment claims to believe about NATO. Anyway, disclaimers aside, let's get into it. As we see, there are three places where the Russian and Western perspectives on NATO diverge. First, while NATO and the West see NATO as primarily a mutual defence pact, Russia doesn't consider NATO to be a purely defensive alliance. Second, Russia doesn't see NATO as an exclusively military alliance, it also sees it as a political and cultural project. Third, Russia sees NATO not as a post-World War II phenomenon, but a continuation of the West's anti-Russian foreign policy, which began in the early 17th century. Alright, let's start with the first one, the idea that NATO isn't a purely defensive alliance. NATO's official policy states that the alliance does not seek confrontation and poses no threats to Russia, and the only bit in NATO's founding charter that talks about military action is Article 5, a mutual defence clause which says that if NATO members suffer an armed attack, then all other members will defend it. On its website, NATO rejects the idea that NATO is aggressive, insisting that NATO is a defensive alliance. You get the point. NATO clearly self-perceives as a defensive alliance. Russia, however, isn't convinced, and to be fair to them, NATO does have a history of getting involved in conflicts that doesn't really involve its own members. The cases cited most often by Russia are Kosovo and Libya. Let's start with Kosovo, where NATO intervened in 1999. At the time, US-Russian relations were already at a low following the election of a former KGB agent as Russian Prime Minister in September 1998, and the US bombing of Iraq in December 1998. Iraq and Russia were allies, and the Americans failed to notify Russia in advance. NATO-Russia relations were also strained in part because the Americans and the Russians weren't getting on, but also because NATO had just accepted Poland, Hungary and the Czech Republic in March 1999, all former members of the Warsaw Pact. On the 23rd of March 1999, Javier Solana announced that NATO would begin a bombing campaign in Yugoslavia against the Serb armies, in order to prevent, quote, humanitarian catastrophe. Somewhat unsurprisingly, this didn't go down well with the Russians. Although Yugoslavia and Russia weren't formal allies at the time, Serbs and Russians share a Slavic and Christian Orthodox history, and Russian nationalists described NATO's bombing campaign as an attack on their Slavic brothers. Now, the Russians never really bought NATO's claim that the bombing campaign in Kosovo was a humanitarian intervention, not least because NATO failed to gain the approval of the UN Security Council, and the campaign itself killed at least 488 Yugoslav civilians. At a time when NATO-Russian tensions were already strained, Russia saw NATO's involvement in Kosovo as setting a dangerous precedent, allowing NATO to get involved in conflicts outside of its borders as long as it could come up with some semi-plausible humanitarian pretext. Putin himself described Kosovo independence as a terrible precedent that breaks up the entire system of international relations. From Russia's perspective, in 1999 NATO was expanding towards Russia, which doesn't have a great human rights record, while at the same time saying that we can bomb non-NATO countries for humanitarian reasons. It's a similar story with Libya, where NATO intervened in March 2011 to put an end to Gaddafi's brutal regime against Libyan rebels. While Russia abstained on UN Security Council Resolution 1973, which authorised member states to take, quote, all necessary measures, Russia considered NATO's subsequent campaign excessive and therefore illegal. When the UN tried to pass a similar resolution regarding Syria, Russia vetoed it, a clear sign that they didn't like what happened in Libya and weren't planning on letting it happen again. Russia didn't like NATO's overreach in Libya for a couple of reasons. At the time, Russia was trying to convince Gaddafi to give the Russian Navy access to a port in the Mediterranean, and Russian companies were investing in Libyan oil reserves. NATO's intervention and the subsequent chaos ruined all of that. But most of all, Russia saw NATO's involvement in Libya as proof that NATO had become even more activist in its interventions. After all, Libya didn't threaten NATO in any way, and had even begun to cooperate actively with Western governments in key areas such as nuclear disarmament. You get the point. After Libya and Kosovo, Russia began to see NATO not merely as a defensive alliance, but also an offensive one that uses the pretext of humanitarian intervention to justify aggressive actions. Russia sees NATO's member support for Ukraine in a similar light. Ukraine is not a NATO member, but NATO has nonetheless decided to get involved. Now, in NATO's defence, it's worth saying that NATO's action in Libya was supported by the Arab League and involved 14 Arab coalition members, and the UN International Commission of Inquiry on Libya found no breach of UN SCR 1973 or international law, concluding instead that NATO conducted a highly precise campaign with demonstrable determination to avoid civilian casualties. It's also worth saying that NATO would claim that both interventions were genuinely humanitarian, but, well, apparently the Russians don't buy it. On to the second difference. Russia sees NATO as a cultural and political project as well as a military one. One of the reasons that Russia is so wary of Ukraine joining NATO is that Russia believes that NATO membership will also make Ukraine more politically and culturally Western. And, well, Putin doesn't like the idea of a functioning Western-style democracy on his doorstep. And this is sort of true. NATO is nominally based on democracy, individual liberty and the rule of law, and tends to only admit members who share, quote, Western cultural ideals. Spain only joined in 1982, after a successful transition to democracy. In 1991, NATO told the Visegrad countries that membership was conditional on economic and democratic liberalisation, and Slovakia was excluded from the 1997 Madrid summit because of undemocratic behaviour by nationalist Prime Minister Vladimir Mečiar. NATO's membership action plans, first introduced in 1999, require members to uphold the rule of law, individual rights and democracy. You get the point. NATO does usually require member states to commit to the so-called Western cultural ideals of democracy, individual liberty and the rule of law. Now, this might not sound controversial. Democracy, individual liberty and the rule of law all sound like good things. But Putin sees this apparent concern for human rights as a threat to Russia's political culture. The third and final way that Russian and Western perceptions of NATO diverge concerns history. To understand this point, you need to know that Russian politics, and especially Putin, are big on their history. This was apparent in Putin's recent speech in Ukraine, where he made reference to the Kievan Rus, a 9th to 13th century confederal state covering parts of present-day Ukraine, Belarus and Western Russia, when describing Ukrainians and Russians as one people. Anyway, most of the West sees NATO as essentially a peacekeeper, there to prevent a repeat of World War II. Putin, however, claims to see NATO as a continuation of an anti-Russian animus in Europe that predates World War II. In Russian historical memory, Russians have suffered 5 invasions from what it sees as the West: the Polish occupation of the Kremlin in the early 17th century, the Swedish attacks in the early 18th century, the Napoleon invasion of 1812, and 2 wars with Germany in the first half of the 20th century. All of these were mentioned in Putin's recent speech on Ukraine, where he argued that the EU and the US were inspired by the, quote, Polish-Austrian ideologists of the 16th century. Putin then argued that NATO was doing what the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Austro-Hungarian Empire and Nazi Germany had all done before, using Ukraine as an anti-Russian springboard. Now, leaving aside whether Putin's reading of history is accurate, the point is that while the West sees NATO as a post-World War II peacekeeping project, Putin apparently sees NATO as just another anti-Russian project. So that's how we think Russia sees NATO. As a final thing, we should say that none of us are proper scholars of Russian or Russian history, so if you disagree with anything we've said, leave a comment down below. We're more than happy to be corrected.
Russian President Vladimir Putin launched a military operation in Ukraine on Thursday with explosions heard across the country, and its foreign minister warning a full-scale invasion was underway. Within a few hours of Putin's speech, Russia's defense ministry said that it had neutralized Ukrainian military air bases and its air defense systems. In his televised address, Putin justified the operation by claiming the government was overseeing a genocide in the east of the country. 5 Russian planes and 1 helicopter have been shot down in Ukraine's Lugansk region, the country's military claimed on Thursday. Lugansk is one of the separatist regions in Ukraine that was recognized as independent by Russia earlier this week. As per reports, Russia launched military artillery attack along Ukraine's northern border with Russia and Belarus. Ukrainian forces were returning fire. After Russia invaded neighboring Ukraine this morning, the Indian embassy has issued a set of guidelines to students and others who live in the country. Kyiv was among the cities targeted by Russia. The Indian embassy warned that citizens travelling to Kyiv, including those travelling from western parts of Kyiv, are advised to return to their respective cities temporarily, especially towards safer places along the western bordering countries. Air raid sirens cut through the early morning in several other parts of Ukraine. The Indian embassy said the present situation in Ukraine is highly uncertain. Please maintain calm and remain safe wherever you are, be it in your homes, hostels, accommodations or in transit. An Air India aircraft flying to Ukraine.
Now, as I said in the beginning, we have seen what has happened, and what we shall discuss now is there are many countries across the globe supporting either Putin or supporting Zelensky of Ukraine. I will give us information with what we have investigated so far regarding to this ongoing war in Ukraine. United States of America, United Kingdom, France, Italy, Germany, Poland, Canada, Estonia, Latvia, Hungary, Slovakia, Japan, Indonesia, South Korea, Lithuania are supporting Ukraine, condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Why North Korea, Pakistan, Syria, Serbia, Vietnam, Mongolia, and Belarus are supporting Russia. China, we have many controversial issues regarding to China, because China is trying to play a neutral ground regarding to this war. China is trying to play neutral ground because yesterday we received an information regarding to China is planning to support Russia with military equipment. Russia has requested military assistance from China, and Russia has responded to help Russia, but officially China denied this information when United States of America accused China and warned China against in supporting Russia. This is the current information that we have regarding to China in supporting Russia regarding to this ongoing war in Ukraine. China is saying that it is better for the world leader to put an end to this war. China is trying to resolve the crisis, the conflict between the Ukraine and Russia. That is what one of the Chinese representatives said. Russia has warned that World War III will be nuclear. That is, Russia is planning to use nuclear weapon, and that may destroy more people. It may destroy more properties. It may kill more children and innocent civilians in the Ukraine. Russia Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said that this war may lead to World War III, and they may use nuclear weapon. That is what he said in one of the news. And European countries have warned the president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko. They have warned him for opening door of assistance to Russia. He has been accused. United States of America and other world leaders have warned Belarus to stay away from this war. Casualties of Russian forces. Russia reported that its military casualties for the first time since the invasion began on the 24th February 2022. Russian officials say that nearly 500 of Russian soldiers had been killed and almost 1,600 wounded. But Ukrainian officials denied the number of the Russian casualties. Ukraine believes that it is higher than what Russia told the media. That is one of the current news regarding to the casualty. And also UN, they have condemned this war. They have condemned the war. When the rich or leaders wage war in a country, the poor suffers. The poor, the children, including women, they lose their life. Several Russian MPs withdraw their support for the invasion of Ukraine. And many critics say Putin is another Hitler of the 21st century. They said he needs to be taken out of the Russia and bring him to justice for killing innocent people in Ukraine. The war may become bloody and escalate into a conflict with NATO. And International Criminal Court of Justice is already looking at what is happening in Ukraine, investigating the war, and vowed that there will be serious consequences for Putin and Russian government. Ukraine took full controlling Kharkiv after fighting back Russian troops. And according to some of the news available to Awwal television, Russia, many Russian war planes shot down by Ukraine in the capital, Kyiv, and U.S. Promised to send anti-aircraft and promised to send Stinger missiles to Ukraine and promised other military equipment to support Ukraine in few days. And Putin sent more than 400 mercenaries into Ukraine to assassinate the Ukrainian president Zelensky, but the mission has failed. The mission has failed. The mission has failed. There are many world leaders who condemned the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. The president of Singapore, Halima Yacob, has condemned the ongoing war in Ukraine. She has condemned the war. Like other world leaders, they condemned Putin for invading Ukraine. Many world leaders condemned the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. This is another leader who condemned the ongoing war in Ukraine. Nigerian President Muhammadu Buhari also has condemned the ongoing war in Ukraine, but Prime Minister Imran Khan of Pakistan is supporting Putin. For the invasion of Ukraine. International Criminal Court of Justice, they are working, they are investigating this war. They have regarded this war as war crime, and they vowed that Putin will be prosecuted. They condemn ongoing war in Ukraine. Many elderly women fled the country. Many children have left the country. Many home has been broken. Many Ukrainian citizens becomes refugee in another country because of what is happening in Ukraine. Many children have suffered. Many children have suffered. UNESCO and UNICEF has helped many children for protection and providing food, water, and helping them to settle in other European countries. Red Cross also they have been helping. They have been helping the victims. They have been helping, providing food, providing water, providing daily needs for the victims from Ukraine. As I said last week, this is current news. This is current news. The Russian troops, they strike a missile. They bomb many other important places like Suleiman Mosque in Ukraine. They bombed, they shelled many buildings with missile. About 35 people lost their life. Many people injured. They destroyed this bridge. As you can see it, this bridge is located in Ukraine. Russian missile has destroyed this completely, and as you can see, the bridge and many people injured in Ukraine. These are part of apartments where the civilians were living. It has been destroyed by Russian forces in Ukraine. This is one of the buildings destroyed by a Russian troops. This is the coffin of the dead who lost their life in Ukraine. This is current picture. This is the current picture. As I said, the war has entered 20 days today. Today, 15 March 2022. As I said in the beginning, that the war started on the 24th February 2022. These are the current pictures of what happened this week in Ukraine for record. And this is one of the current picture as well. The current situation is very, very sad It's very, very sad. This is very, very sad. There are some critics who said that can we say that this is the picture of how World War started. World War One, World War Two. Is this what Putin is trying to bring again? Is Putin is bringing the picture of Adolf Hitler, or what does he want? What Putin? What does he want? For those people who have not been born in 1914 World War One. World War One, according to historian revealed that World War One began August 4, 1914, after the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria. The historians reveal to us that his mother catapulted into a war across the Europe that lasted until 1919, from 1914. During the conflict, Germany, Austria, Hungary, Bulgaria, and the Ottoman Empire, they fought against Britain. They fought against Britain, against France, against Russia, against Italy, Romania, Japan, and the United States of America. The World War One witnessed destruction, as we are witnessing destruction today in Ukraine. That was the picture of World War One. World War One witnessed destruction and claimed many lives. More than 16 million people, both civilians and soldiers, lost their lives. French and British forces invaded Germany. Soldiers penetrated France. Russian troops invaded Germany. The war generated scarcity of food, economic instability, and other essentials. Germany sunk many U.S. merchant ships. Germany was forced to seek for armed assistance and surrendered on November 11, 1918, when the war ended. But after the World War One ended, the instability created in Europe by the First World War of 1914 to 1918 set the stage for the another international conflict, which was Second World War. Second World War broke. It broke out for 2 decades. more devastating. Rising to power in politics and in economic unstable of Germany. Then Adolf Hitler. This is the picture of Adolf Hitler, as you can see it on the screen. Adolf Hitler was the leader of Nazi party. Then in 1939, Hitler and Soviet leader Joseph Stalin they signed the Germany-Soviet non-aggression Act. And when they signed this, then they rearmed the nation and signed strategic treaties with Italy and Japan to further his ambitions of world domination. So Adolf Hitler invaded Poland, and this Poland is very, very close to Ukraine today. So Adolf Hitler invaded Poland in September 1939, drove Britain and France to declare war on Germany, marking the beginning of the World War II. The war destroyed several properties, and also many lives were killed. For 6 years, 45 to 50 million people were killed. 6 million Jews were murdered in Nazi camps as part of Hitler's plan, final solution. And after he became Chancellor of Germany of 1933, he consolidated power and anointing himself further's supreme leader in 1934. And Hitler sent many troops to occupy Austria in 1938, and the following year he annexed Czechoslovakia. His aggression was unchecked as Putin's annexation of Crimea was unchecked 2014. Then Adolf Hitler's aggression was unchecked as US and Soviet Union were concentrated that time on their internal politics. Britain also was busy facing their internal politics. The same thing happened to France. They were busy, concentrated on their internal politics. This is how Adolf Hitler escalated the war, and he had a long plan on invasion of Poland. He invaded Poland from the west, a nation to France and Britain had guaranteed military support if he were attacked by Germany. 2 days later, after Adolf Hitler invaded Poland and France, and Britain declared war on Germany, and that was the beginning of World War II. Now, can we say that what is happening today can we say is the picture of World War One or World War Two? These are the some of the soldiers during the World War. These are the warplane during the World War. World War One, World War Two. This is Adolf Hitler. As this man destroyed many countries, that is what is happening in Ukraine today. As you can see, many of the destruction in Ukraine, you can see many destruction of the properties of the bridge. This is a public bridge. This is Sultan Suleiman Mosque. It has been destroyed in Ukraine. Many people are not happy with what is happening in Ukraine. This is what Joe Biden said regarding to the ongoing crisis in Ukraine. Towards the end of the text, he said that the cost we are imposing on Putin and his cronies are far more devastating than the costs we are facing. As I said, because they condemned this war, Putin, the United States of America sent some of the officials, diplomatic officials out of the meeting, and Putin requested a special permission because they have closed airspace for Russia to enter US, but Putin requested for a special permission for this plane to land on United States America to convey the diplomatic officials to return back to Russia. As I said, many of the companies have closed down their business in Ukraine. This is McDonald's in Russia. They have closed their business in Russia. KFC have closed their businesses in Russia due to as part of sanctions imposed on Russia, and this is been affecting the Russian citizen. KFC have closed their business in Russia, and this company also has closed their business in Russia. Coca-Cola, they have closed their business in Russia. Pepsi, also they have already closed their business in Russia. Many airlines, international airlines, they have closed their business in Russia. Visa and MasterCard company, they have closed their businesses in Russia due to ongoing war and the sanctions imposed on Russia by the United States of America and Western world. Mark, the founder of Facebook, more than 1.5 billion people using Facebook. All the Facebook users in Russia has been blocked by this company. They have blocked Facebook pages. They have closed the website for Russians. They cannot have access to Instagram and Facebook pages. It's part of these sanctions imposed on Russia by the government. They cannot have access to Facebook, and they cannot have access to TikTok. TikTok pages also has been blocked due to part of sanctions imposed by the government. Google also has blocked many of search engine for Russians. It's part of the punishment for what Putin is doing in Russia. This is oil and gas of Russia. Russia have many international clients. They have many companies dealing with the oil and gas in Russia, like Shell and ExxonMobil and some other oil companies. They have blocked them to stop having any business with Russia. This is one of the Russian bank. They have blocked them to have access of SWIFT. When this SWIFT is blocked, so it will be very difficult for any Russian bank to have any international payments. They have blocked their international payments and their reserve. Russia is planning to SWIFT to Chinese payments. That is why United States are aware that China is planning to help Russia. This is one of the yachts belonging to one of the Russian billionaire. This yacht also has been seized it has been seized due to what Putin has done. Many newspapers like Metro and some other newspapers, they have published different news regarding to what is happening in Ukraine. Many of the media organization, they have covered this story. I take my time, I work hard to gather information together to give us full details about what has happened in the past 20 days in Ukraine. This is Metro newspaper in Britain. This is what they published regarding to this war in Europe. War in Europe. I have more than 10 newspapers with me here. This is Daily Mail. This is Daily Mail. The newspaper based in United Kingdom. The cover page of this edition. This edition is published March 12, 2022. Pray for Kiev. Kiev. This is one of the Ukrainian cities, and there are some other newspaper. Evening Standard. This is Evening Standard. The front page caption: annihilation. As you can see, the building destroyed by Putin in Russia. This is another newspaper in Britain, Mirror. Mirror front page also, as you can see, nobody will break us. Nobody will break us. That is what the Zelensky said. This one also is current news. They hail Zelensky as one of the good leaders. He's been trying to protect his people, protect the country. This is Evening Standard. This is Evening Standard, published on Wednesday. Putin want to erase us all. This is Evening Standard. As you can see, many children on the front page. All these children, they have become refugee in another country. This is Evening Standard. This is Evening Standard. Evening Standard, the front page said this crisis has only just begun. This crisis has only just begun. That is the front page of Evening Standard. I have another Evening Standard here. As you can see, the Chelsea boss, this man has been removed as the director of Chelsea football club. This man, they have seized all his properties because he has link with President Putin in Russia. As you can see it on the front page. Here, this is another Evening Standard. The story related to what we are discussing at this moment. This is Daily Mail. This is Daily Mail. We will fight until the end. Zelensky, Ukrainian president, said this. As you can see, Daily Mail. This is one of the newspaper in Britain. Another newspaper in Britain, as you can see, Evening Standard. This man has 52 children are killed. That is what he said. We will never forgive Putin. We will never forgive Putin for what he has done. This is one of the Russian citizens. He said we will never forgive Putin for the damages and destruction he has caused in Russia. This is another Metro newspaper published in Britain. Run for your lives. Run for your lives. Excuse me. As you can see, this is Metro, another Metro newspaper. Refugees need you. Refugees need you. As you can see, the children, front page, they have become refugees in another country. This is City AM. City AM. As you can see, the story related to what we are discussing. Quit Russia now. That is the front page of this newspaper. And in this newspaper, one of the articles in this newspaper saying that Russia-Ukraine war raises risk of UK recession. And in another page, Russian economy to lose nearly third of its value as Western sanctions bite. As I said in the beginning, that all those sanctions, of course, it will affect Russian economy. It will affect their economy. There's no doubt about that. This is yesterday's paper, March 14, 2022, the Mirror. As you can see, the West in his sides. Missile attack just 6 miles from Polish border. 35 dead and 134 hurt in direct threat to NATO. As you can see, this newspaper. So these are the newspapers that covered the story of what is happening in Ukraine. That is a summary of the story of what is happening in Ukraine. This is very, very sad. This is very, very sad. What Putin is planning to do is to put Ukraine under Russia. Is planning to put Ukraine under is planning to put Ukraine under Russia, and which Zelensky is not ready to agree with that. Due to the sanctions imposed on the Russia, and the United Kingdom government has decided to stop buying oil from Russia. As I said in the beginning, that Russia is blessed with oil and gas. It's blessed with oil and gas, and the Western government has imposed sanctions against Russia for the invasion of Ukraine. So major multinational companies, including oil companies, tech companies, media companies, investors, banks, aviation, airlines, have pulled out and walk away from their billions of dollar, and they walked away with their investment in Russia. McDonald's closed all its 850 branches in Russia, as I said. Starbucks, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Japanese clothing company, Apple, Hollywood studios, Netflix, many of them. So Russia has been cut off from the global financial system. All corporate clients has suspended their businesses in Russia due to the economic sanction. Kuwait's company that have franchise in many of Russian stores also is closed, and over 2 million refugees have fled Ukraine, as I said. They have started settle in neighboring countries like Poland, Romania, Hungary, United Kingdom, and some other European countries. This is the biggest refugee crisis in Europe since the Second World War. Now, according to the news from Downing Street yesterday from the office of the UK Prime Minister, Boris Johnson is poised to travel to Saudi Arabia for oil deal with King Salman. So UK Prime Minister is planning to travel to Saudi Arabia to meet Mohammed ibn Salman and King Salman, because UK is on track to spend £2 billion this year alone on Russia gas imports. And this is funding Putin is spending for war. And also cutting gas and oil from Russia by blocking them and cut off the businesses related to the oil and gas. So UK have to look for alternatives. That is why the UK Prime Minister is planning to travel to Saudi Arabia to discuss the business related to crude oil in Saudi Arabia. As we all know, Shell also is a multinational company dealing with oil. They have closed their businesses with Russia. Let us watch what Boris Johnson said. So I will be back soon.
Moment of agony. I say that we are with you and we are on your side. Your right to choose your own destiny is a right that the United Kingdom and our allies will always defend, and in that spirit I join you in saying Slava Ukraini, and I commend this statement to the House.
I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this dark hour, our thoughts, our solidarity and our resolve are with the Ukrainian people. Invading troops march through their streets. Missiles shell their cities. They've been cast into a war through no fault of their own, because Putin fears their freedom and because he knows that no people will choose to live under his bandit rule unless forced to do so at the barrel of a gun. The consequences of Putin's war of aggression will be horrendous and tragic for the people of Ukraine, but also for the Russian people, who've been plunged into chaos by a violent elite who have stolen their wealth, stolen their chance of democracy, and stolen their future. And we must prepare ourselves for difficulties here. We will face economic pain as we free Europe from dependence on Russian gas and oil and clean our institutions from money stolen from the Russian people. But the British public have always been willing to make sacrifice to defend democracy on our continent, and we will again. The consequences of Putin's actions will be felt throughout the world for years, and I fear for decades to come. Russia's democratic neighbours and every other democracy that lives in the shadow of autocratic power are watching their worst nightmare unfold. So all of us who believe in democracy over dictatorship, in the rule of law over the reign of terror, in freedom over the jackboot of tyranny, must unite and take a stand. We must support the Ukrainian people in their fight, and we must ensure that Putin fails. Putin will eventually learn the same lesson that European tyrants learned in the last century, that the resolve of the world is harder than he imagines, that the people's desire for freedom burns brighter than he can ever extinguish, and that the light of liberty will prevail over his darkness. For that to happen, we must make a clean break with the failed approach to handling Putin, which after Georgia, after Crimea, after Donbass, has fed his belief that the benefits of aggression outweigh the costs. We must finally show him that he is wrong. That means doing all that we can to help Ukraine defend herself by providing weapons, equipment and financial assistance, as well as humanitarian support for the Ukrainian people. We must urgently reinforce and reassure our NATO allies in Eastern Europe, who now stand at the frontier of Putin's aggression. And the hardest possible sanctions must be taken against the Putin regime. It must be isolated, its finances frozen, its ability to function crippled. That means excluding Russia from the financial mechanisms like SWIFT and banning trade in Russian sovereign debt. I welcome the set of sanctions outlined by the Prime Minister just now and pledge opposition support for further measures. And there are changes we must make here in the UK. For too long, our country has been a safe haven for the money that Putin and his fellow bandits stole from the Russian people. It must now change. Cracking open the shell companies in which stolen money is hidden will require legislation. Bring it forward immediately, Prime Minister, and Labour will support it, along with the other measures that the Prime Minister has just outlined. Thank you, and we will support it. Mr. Speaker, this must be a turning point in history. We must look back and say that this terrible day was actually when Putin doomed himself and doomed his plan to reassert Russian force as a means of controlling Eastern Europe to defeat. We know how Putin operates, so we know how to defeat him. He seeks division, so we must stand united. He hopes for inaction, so we must take a stand. He believes that we are too corrupted to do the right thing, so we must prove him wrong. I believe we can, and in this dark hour, we can step towards the light. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
I want to say how grateful I am to the Right Honourable Gentleman for the terms in which he has just spoken and the robust support that he is offering to the government and to the Western Alliance, Mr. Speaker, at a very, very difficult time. And I think the whole House can be, turning to some of the issues that he raised very briefly, I think the whole House can be proud of the role that the UK has played in pioneering military support, logistical support to the Ukrainians, the role that we played in bringing together a ferocious package of sanctions, which we will now implement. And we will bring our allies together, Mr. Speaker, to protect NATO, to show that President Putin will get a tougher Western alliance as a result of his actions, not a weaker Western alliance. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that events will show that the Russian president has profoundly miscalculated. He believes that he is doing this for his own political advantage. I believe the exact opposite will prove to be the case because of the resistance that will be mounted against what he is doing, not just in Ukraine, but around the world. And we will support those Ukrainians, Mr. Speaker. We will support them economically, diplomatically, politically, and yes, militarily as well. And I know that in due time we will succeed.
That is UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. This picture is one of the pictures showing Russian police arresting one of the protesters in Russia. Many Russians are not even happy. They protested against Putin, against him regarding to the invasion of Ukraine. This is one of the pictures, as you can see it on the screen. More than 17,000 people has been arrested in Russia for protesting against Putin's action in Ukraine. According to the current news that reached us yesterday, 15 March 2022, the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, he said that he believed that he will win this war. He believed that he will win this war because he said 150 Russian soldiers has been killed trying to take the port city in Mariupol. He said they tried their best, but the Ukrainian soldiers has killed them. And after that, Putin was planning to hold referendum in Ukraine city, in Kherson, as part of his plan to legitimate or to legitimize a breakaway republic. And because Putin has already invaded Kherson, and Putin will invade other European countries, Zelensky warned the European leaders to stand and continue to give him more support. That is the current news. He said also that Putin's army is weak because many of Russian soldiers has been killed in the war. And he said that they may keep fighting at full capacity for another 10 to 14 days, according to the senior British defense sources. But they will suffer and also struggle to hold ground in Ukraine. They have been devastating cities nearly 3 weeks, facing more resistance from Ukrainian forces and than what they are expecting from the Ukrainian troops. And Russia is running out of manpower and energy. In a video released early on the Tuesday, 15 March 2022, Ukrainian President said that his country's brave defenders continue to inflict devastating losses on Russian troops. Russia have already lost 80 warplanes. He said Russians have already lost 80 warplanes. Russia have lost hundreds of tanks and thousands of other units of equipment in 19 days. That is what the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, said. And he said that he has issued a memo that any of the invaders among the Russian troop who is ready to give himself up will be treated decently. That is what the Ukrainian president said. And last week he said that many of Russian soldiers have surrendered. They have surrendered. Let us look into Putin's ability to make decisions before we end part one of this topic. As we can see, the many media organizations revealed that Putin is unwell. Putin is unwell. They said Putin has a brain disorder caused by dementia, and the Six Eyes Alliance, the UK, United States of America, Australia, Canada, New Zealand is sharing reports from the inside Kremlin about the Russian president. And on the 15th March 2022, we have a report that one of the Russian spies was killed. And Russia also confirmed to losing its first GRU military intelligence spy in the war. And two paratrooper intelligence officers were also killed. Captain Alexei Glusheka was killed in Ukrainian ports in Mariupol. And negotiators between Ukraine and Russia we meet again for the peace talks between the two countries after a fourth round ended without any achievements. These are the summary of what has happened. Let us watch this video. Welcome back again. Welcome back again. Before we end today's program, we are trying to give us the summary of what has happened for the past 20 days in Ukraine. We cannot finish all what we have for you today. As I promised, that this is just part one. This is just like an introduction of all what has happened from 24th of February 2022 to 15 March 2022 of what has happened in Ukraine. But I promise to come back for the part 2. I promise to come back for part 2. But before I leave, I will give us information about the weapon, the dangerous weapons Putin used in Ukraine. Putin used a multi offensive weapon, multi-offensive weapons against Ukraine. Russia military attacked Ukraine troops with air strikes, as you have watched in the video. He used air strikes. He used major rockets and artillery bombardments, which resulted in large number of casualties. And Russia used war planes and missiles, and Russian military used war planes and Calibri Russian military, which targeted Kharkiv with the missiles. They targeted residential areas, resulted in civilian, children, old and disabled people to lost their lives. Russian troops targeted Ukrainian military base and targeted strategic areas. Russia troops used Iskander missiles that have a range of up to 500 kilometers, that is around 300 miles, and carried a powerful warhead that can destroy big buildings. That is what happened in Ukraine. Zelensky accused the Russian troop of shelling residential buildings, schools, hospitals, and also destroyed their nuclear power plants. Russia used self-propelled 203 millimeter and also use different dangerous weapon to destroy Ukraine. That is why human rights organizations, world leaders, NATO, United Nations, European countries has condemned Russia's invasion of Ukraine and also condemned the using of dangerous weapons on civilians. Ukrainian troops, what they used, they relied on rockets, they rely on ballistic missiles. Ukrainian troops do not have enough weapons to face Russian troops, and that is the fact. And therefore, Ukrainian President Zelensky has received large shipments of Western weapons, such as anti-tank missiles, Stinger, cash. UK has donated around 400 to 500 million, and the US also has donated more than that to support Ukraine. Ukraine. We watched a video spotted in Ukraine where Russian using multiple thermobaric rockets, TOS-1A. It is also called vacuum bombs. This is a dangerous weapon that can cause blast and lead to instantaneous human organ to fail upon explosion. Putin sent the rockets, many different of rocket system to kill Ukrainian citizens as war intensifies. Russian has calculated that missile strikes was the best weapon to destroy major cities in Ukraine. And missile is a rocket designed to deliver an explosive warhead with a great accuracy at high speed. And that is what happened in Ukraine. Russia's hypersonic missile cannot be seen on the radar, and that was a brief about the dangerous weapon used by Russian troops in Ukraine. as I said, that many organizations like United Nations condemned this war, and United Nations General Assembly organized a special meeting, and they concluded that Russia must stop this war and withdraw all its troops from Ukraine as soon as possible. But Russian president said no. He said that he will fight to the end until he achieved his aim. Many organizations, they have suspended Putin. They have made Putin isolated from many activities, and that is what happened. Over 40 big companies left Russia. I have mentioned some of the companies that have left. Another report, after these 40 companies left, gradually the number increased to over 300 companies that they have left Russia. They have stopped their activities, businesses in Russia due to Russia refused to stop killing people in Ukraine. UK, United Kingdom, since 25 February, Russia scheduled airlines, including national carrier Aeroflot, have been banned from UK. Then airspace and some other sanctions imposed on Russia. UK Parliament, they have issued new law on Russia, and they said airspace and any aircraft, it is a criminal offense, including national carrier Aeroflot, to bring any aircraft belongs to Russia to enter UK airspace, and which means it will be a criminal offense for any Russian aircraft to enter UK's airspace. Russian owned aircraft registered in the UK licenses has been cancelled. UK government has made it a criminal offense for any Russian aircraft to enter UK airspace. UK Foreign Secretary Elizabeth Truss told the media. The UK Transport Secretary Grant Shapps sent a letter to all UK airports and all airfields letting them know that air traffic control now has the power to tell pilots of any Russian aircraft or private or commercial not to enter United Kingdom airspace. And 7 oligarchies related to Russia have about 15 billion pounds, all their assets frozen in the UK. This is implication of or consequence of this sanction imposed on Russia. Day 18, that is on the 14th March 2022, an award-winning US journalist and also a filmmaker, Brent Renaud, was killed with gunshots in the neck by Russian troops. That was what happened in Epin, near Kiev, on Sunday, 14 March 2022. Russian forces opened fire on the car of the Brent, and also there are many other media organizations that they have stopped them carry out the journalistic duties in Ukraine. And MI6, they have warned UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson about oligarchy friends. That is what they told Boris Johnson, to be very careful due to what is on ground. The Ukrainian president Zelensky also organized a special speech addressed House of Commons on the current news about what is going on in Ukraine. Zelensky became the first leader to address House of Commons on video stream system, and they appreciated his speech, and the Prime Minister appreciated him and all member of Parliament, and they promised to keep on supporting him. These are the 3 army generals lost their life. They are from Russia. They lost their life in this war. Casualty. These are some of the people who lost, some of the soldiers who lost their life from Ukrainian troops in the war, in this war. And we have casualty among the Russian soldiers as well. Some of the Russian soldiers also lost their lives during this war. These are the two leaders on the left. As you can see, Russian President Putin. On the right, that is Ukrainian President Zelensky. China, as I said, is trying to play a neutral role on this, saying that the world leaders should work hard to resolve this war and speak to both of them to establish peace, because of the millions of people who have left the country. Many children has been killed. Many innocent people have lost their life. That they have to take radical action to stop this war. That is what some of the world leaders are trying to do, and they have advised Putin to end the war. They have advised Putin to end this war. Home Office also is trying to help the refugees. They are working towards providing the new law that will allow refugees from Ukraine to settle down in the UK. And the Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth, also is ready to support the Ukrainian citizens who have become refugee in the UK. Harris Camilla, Vice President of United States, also has traveled to Poland to see how this war puts to an end, and also to help the victims. And Tesla provided sufficient internet for the Ukraine when they lost the internet, which may cause problem for the effective communication between the authorities. Tesla company also provided support for the Ukraine. Canada also supported Ukraine. They supported Ukraine. They supported Ukraine and also advised Putin to end this war because it has claimed, the war has claimed many lives. Many African leaders condemned this war. Only South African President Zuma supporting Putin, because Putin has been helping them in South Africa. That is why he's supporting Putin. Putin accused United States of America that NATO created problem in Libya, that they destroy Libya. Is asking the question that what was the impact of NATO in Libya, and he said that in Iraq, this is Saddam Hussein with Putin. He said that NATO destroyed Iraq, NATO destroyed Libya. This is Gaddafi. And he said NATO destroyed Afghanistan. He's asking question. Is asking question that the involvement of NATO in Libya, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, that America fought war, destroyed many people in Afghanistan for 20 years, so they should stop attacking him, destroying Ukraine. And he said that there's no good relationship between US and Iran, and why US and Western world is attacking him for his invasion of Ukraine. These are some of the questions unanswered, but as I said, many other world leaders like Halima Yacoub, Macron, Emmanuel of France, Joe Biden, George Bush, they condemned the war because they said this is a different situation. This is different situation. All those war in Libya and Iraq, they went to fight against terrorists. It's different from what is on ground. It is different from what is on ground because as we can see that Putin said Ukraine should be independent. Ukraine should be isolated from NATO, and he's not ready to join NATO, and he urged Ukraine not to join NATO, and what he said before the Russian troops moved to Ukraine was different from what is happening right now. Many of the Russian armies said that they were deceived before they arrived Ukraine, until they arrived Ukraine before they understand that they were there to kill. They were there to invade Ukraine, and this against European code of conduct. This against United Nation, and this against the code of conduct of UNICEF and some other organizations. So that is why many of the world leaders are not supporting Putin for what he's doing in Ukraine. That is what is happening, and many European parliaments they had several plenary sessions on this issue, and they are all against Putin and advised him to withdraw all his troops as soon as possible. This is where we end today's program. Until I come back again for the part 2. My name remains Dr. Daud Awwal from Awwal Television. Our organization is non-profitable organization. We are doing this program as part of our contribution to the society, to the world in the area of journalism, to give us reliable information. We work hard to gather our information before we come on air to give us update information across the globe. Good night.